All right, guys, here we go. Race number one, round number one. This is race 1 out of 4, four-wheel drive buggy. It's going to be Steve, Joey, and Kyle Newhouse. Drivers from race 4, Jim Anderson, Vince, Kermit, Sean. If I can get a volunteer for Sean O'Hara for turn marshal, that'd be great. Okay.
I got somebody small for me to go easy. I'll be okay. I just can't jump up and down.
Okay.
Having some issues like you.
Right. All right, turn marshals, you guys should start coming on out. All right, let's see who's not out here to turn marshal. Let's see, Kermit's out here. Waiting for Jim, Vince, and I need a volunteer, guys. I need one volunteer. Thanks, Trev.
He's about got it.
Okay. Either right here at this end or in the middle, down there, it doesn't matter. I need one down there, that cone down there in the middle.
Yeah, 10 sets of the plastic screws and nuts, and it gets the wings at $10 extra. but he gets a side dance go with it for free. Yes, yep, that gets the wings, yep. What's up, Bruce?
You're not checking in. All right. All right, guys, here we go. Race number 1 out of 4. Here we go. Joey can add it in if he can in the middle of the race. It doesn't matter. All right, guys, here we go. Race 1 out of 4. Steve, you are going on the horn in less than 5. Kyle. And we're off. Race number 1 out of 4. Superstar Saturday kicking off indoor off-road.
No, the big wing is 10. The 2 side dams come with it. It doesn't come with the body. Those are all extra.
Once you guys get another lap down, I'll go in the race order. And Kyle Newhouse, that lap around was 18.6, and right now on a 16.515, and Steve on a 15.509, just one lap off the leader. Last lap around for Steve was a 20 flat. And Kyle, that lap around was a 19 flat, 3:45 to go. And Steve with a new fast lap with a 19.3 in lap number 4. And Kyle with 18.6. Right now, Kyle on a 16.508, Steve on a 15.502. I mean, it looks like Joey made it out there. And right now we got 2 down, less than 3 to go. It's Steve now up into the lead on a 15.501 pace, and Kyle on a 15.502. Last lap around for Steve is a 19.5, and currently right now on a 15.5 flat. Kyle on a 14.509. 2:20 on the clock. Kyle, that last lap around, new fast lap, 18.5. That's in lap number 7. That's the fastest lap in this race between the both of you. Right now we got less than 2 to go. Up next will be Stock Truck. That'll be Vince, Kermit, Joey, Richard, Jim, David Wallace and Carson. That's his name, right? David Wallace? Yeah. And Steve with a new fast lap. 18-8 in. One minute to go. Steve last lap 25-2. Kyle last lap 19-1. Steve on a 15-502 and Kyle on a 15-519. Thirty seconds.
Hey, who TQs and wins today gets a free pickle. Not for a pickle. Free John. Go get one, Joe.
15 seconds. Race is over. Keep going until I tell you you're done. Steve, you're done. And Kyle, everybody's done. Steve taking the victory, setting early TQ 15-503. Kyle Newhouse 15-512. What's going on with that? I will need 2 volunteer term marshals, guys, for this race. 2 volunteers. Thank you, Omar. I gotta do something here. Thank you, buddy.
Now, what does this cut it off at? 6 volts, or can I set it, or how does it work? Yeah, see, this doesn't.
3.4 volts per cell.
Yeah, I know. That's my casting.
All right, I'm going to have to get some people checked in. Let's see. All right, Richard, can I have you check in, please, Richard? Thank you. David Wally. Thank you. And Carson. Thank you, Carson. Joey, you're not counting. Yep, you're not counting at all.
There's nothing that's in between the battery and
Hey, Steve, I'm going to have you get in the middle down there. Yep. All right. There you go. All right, is Richard back out? Just go? Okay. Here we go, guys. Race number 2 out of 4, stock truck. Here we go. Vince McMahon, you are going on the horn in less than 5. Kermit. Joey. Jim. Wally. And Carson. First time out, Carson. We want to welcome Carson to the New Red family. Just moved down from Indiana from 2 months ago. A couple months ago. And once you guys get a couple laps down, I'll go in the race order. And right now we got 1 down, less than 4 to go. Joey Andre right now is your leader on a 16. Now Kermit, 16.518 pace. Joey in the second on a 15.5 flat. Vince in the third on a 15.510. David Wallace in the fourth, 13.516. Jim LeConte in the fifth on a 12.502. Carson in the sixth on a 12.511. 3:35 to go. Kermit last lap 19.5. Joey last lap 20.6. Vince last lap. Now Vince up into the second. Joey down in the third. Vince last lap 20 flat. Joey 22.5. David Wallace 22.2. Jim 22.6. And Carson 21.6. And Vince now your leader on a 15.503 pace. Joey in the second, 5 seconds off the leader. And right now we got 2 down, less than 3 to go. It is Vince, Joey, Kermit, David Wallace, Jim, and Carson. Vince last lap 19.5, Joey last lap 21.4, Kermit 24.4, David Wallace 21.7, Carson 21.9, and Jim LeConte in that 6th spot on a 12-lap 5:20 pace. $2:15 to go. And Vince now on a 16.517 pace. Joey on a 15.505 and Kermit on a 15.517. Vince last lap 19.6, Joey 19 flat, and Kermit 20 flat. That's your top 3. David Wallace in the fourth on the 13.505. Carson in the fifth on the 13.512. And Jim in the sixth on the 12.512. 135 to go. Up next, race number 3, Independent Stock Buggy. Did anybody call RC Scoring Pro yesterday? Less than 1 to go, guys. Less than 1 to go. Still Vint. Kermit now up in the second. Joey in the third. David Wallace in the fourth. Carson in the fifth. And Jim LeConte in the sixth. Vince last lap 19.8. Kermit last lap 20.3. Joey 19.4. David 21.8. Carson 25.6. And Jim 30.7. 35 seconds to go. $15 seconds. Caution going in the front straight. Caution going in the front straight. We're clear. Race is over. Keep going until I tell you you're done. Kermit, you are done. Vince, you're done. Joey, you're done. David, you're done. Hey, kids. People got to enter the cars right there. Carson, you're done. And I guess everybody's done. All right. Everybody's done. Joey Andre at the last second takes the victory, setting the early TQ by 15 and 5:11. Vince 15.511, just 1/10 of a second slower. Kermit Butts taking that third, 14.5 flat. David Wallace in the fourth, Carson in the fifth.
You know, that carpet on the backside of the table is completely.
All right, we're going to shut the track down for 5 minutes. I need a track crew out there to fix the carpet on one of the jumps. we ready to rock? Okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Slow down. Guys, shut it down. Shut it down, guys. Shut it down. We got people working on track. All right, we're good? All right, guys, you can bring them on out. You need Kermit again? Kermit. The tape? All right, real quick, let's get these people checked in. Steve, can you check in? Thank you, Steve. Richard, you're out there checking? Thank you, Richard. And Omar. Okay. All right, let's see who we have out here for term marshals. Vince, you're out here. Joey's out there. Carson's out there. Kermit's coming out. Okay. Wally, we got you. We got it. Yeah, we got it. We got you, Wally. All right, looks like we're ready to rock. Independent stock buggy race number 3 out of 4. Here we go. All right, race number 3 out of 4, round number 1. Travis Marenshaw, you are going on the horn in less than 5. Keith, Steve, Jim, Arnell, Richard, and Omar. And we're off. Race number 3 out of 4, independent stock buggy. Put another lap down, guys. I'll go in the race order. And right now we got one down, less than 4 to go. It is Travis Marenshaw right now, your leader on a 14.515 pace. Keith Shivers in the second, 13.507. Omar Gonzalez in the third on a 13.507. Richard Espinoza in the fourth on a 13.511. Arnell Gannick in the fifth on 11.505. Steve in the sixth on 11.506. And Jim on a 10.503. 3:30 to go. Travis last lap 20.5. Keith last lap 20.2. Richard in the third 22 flat. And right now Omar in that fourth spot, 7 seconds off the third. Two down, 3 to go. Travis Marenshaw last lap 19.6. Keith last lap 20 flat. Richard last lap 21.5. Omar 20.1. Arnell 20.5. Steve last lap 21.1. And Jim 27.5 last lap. Fastest lap in this race is Travis Marenshaw in lap number 5 with a 19.6. Jim LeConte, new fast lap in lap number 5 with a 21.5. So right now your top three, Omar now moves up into the third. Your top three, Travis, Keith, and Omar. Richard in a fourth, and he is 3 seconds off that third spot. Steve in the sixth right now. He is 3 seconds back off of fifth behind Arnell. And right now we got 2 minutes to go. Up next, Stock Buggy, race number 4. Travis last lap 22.7. Keith last lap 20.5. Omar 21 flat. And Travis, new fast lap, that lap around 19.1. And Richard, new fast lap in lap number 7, 20.9. And Steve now moves up into the fourth. Richard down in the fifth. Arnell in the sixth. And Jim LeConte in the seventh. Your top three right now, Travis, Keith, and Omar. Getting closer to that 1 minute mark. And 1 minute to go, guys. 1 minute to go. And Travis, new fast lap in lap number 12 with a 19.1. It is Travis on a 15.508 pace, Keith on a 15.517, and Omar Gonzalez in the third on a 14.506. Steve, though, in the fourth, 6 seconds off that third spot. And Travis, new fast lap, 18.9 in lap number 14. Keith, 19.3, last lap around, new fast lap for you. And right now, race is over. Keep going until I tell you you're done. Travis, you're done. Jim, you're done. Arnell, you're done. Steve, you're done. Richard, you're done. Omar, everybody's done. Travis taking victory, setting the early TQ, 15.508. Keith in the second, 15.516. And Omar in the third, 15.504. Good race, guys. All right, last race of the first round. After this race, we'll take a 30-minute intermission, and we'll go into round number 2. Remember, guys, Snack Shack's open. All right, I'll get you. Jim, I got you. I'll get somebody. Don't worry about it. I got you. Okay. All right, here we go. I just got the word that said go. All right, guys, here we go. Stock buggy, last race of the last race of the first round. Race number 4 to 4, stock buggy. Jim Anderson, you are going on the horn in less than 5. Joey. Vince. Sean. Kermit. And we're off. Race number 4 to 4. Get a couple laps down. I'll go in the race order. One down, 4 minutes to go, and Jim Anderson right now, your leader on a 17.512 pace. Joey in the second on a 17.518. Joey 6 seconds off that leader. Vince in the third on a 17.518. Vince, 1/10 of a second off second behind Joey, and also 5 seconds off that leader. Kermit Butts in the fourth, 16.517. Sean O'Hara, 13.510. And Jim Anderson, last lap around 18.5. He does have a fast lap of 18.2. Vince in the second, last lap 19.2. Joey, last lap 20.7. Kermit, 20.7 as well. And Sean O'Hara has a fast lap of a 19.9 in lap number 2. And then the last lap around was a 20.9 for Sean O'Hara. And there's your leader right there. Last lap for Jim Anderson, 18.4. And right now he is dialed. And right now we got 2 down, less than 3 to go. Vince, last lap, 18.5 is 18.5 for Vince. And Joey with an 18.2, beating out Jim Anderson's 18.2 as well by just 1/10 of a second faster. And Kermit, 18.4 last lap around. Jim Anderson on a 17.514 pace. Vince on a 16.5 flat. Joey on a 16.505. Kermit on a 16.516. And Sean on a 14.516. What happened?
Forgot to do something.
Charge your battery.
No, I forgot to screw through the shot.
Oh. And right now, Jim Anderson running consistent 18-second laps. And right now we got less than 2 to go. Remember, after this race, we'll take a 30-minute intermission and go into round number 2. So it's a good time to go see Yvonne down there to go get something to eat, or the hobby shop is open. Jim Anderson lost lap 18.4. Vince lost lap 21.2. Joey 20.8. Kermit 18.5 in that 4th spot. Sean 20.3 in the 5th. And Vince lost lap around 18.7. Joey 20 flat. And Jim with another 18.9. And he's been running consistent 18-second laps. Kermit now up into the 3rd, 18.4. And Sean O'Hara in the 5th. New fast lap for Sean O'Hara with a 19.6. And right now we're at that 1-minute warning. And Jim Anderson, another 18.6 last lap around. Vince, 18.9. Kermit, 18.8. Joey, 18.6. And Sean O'Hara with a 19.2. $20 seconds to go. Jim Anderson on a 17 pace. And he had a 19 flat last lap around. Vince, 16.505. Kermit, 16.510. Joey, 16.511. Joey, 1 second off that 3rd spot behind Kermit. And Sean O'Hara, 14.5 flat with, ready, race is over. Keep going until I tell you you're done. Vince, you're done. Joey, you're done. Sean, you're done. Jim, you're done. Track is hot. And Kermit, everybody is done. Jim Anderson taking victory, 17.517, setting the early TQ. Vince McMahon in the 2nd, 16.506. Kermit in the 3rd, 16.508. Joey in the 4th, and Sean in the 5th. All right, guys, it is 12:55. At 12:25 or 1:25, we're going to go into round number 2. Track is open for practice. Remember, guys, it's a good time to go see Yvonne in the snack shack and Danny in the hobby shop. Huh? Danny's fallout.
Call out.
Jim Anderson's been racing here for a long time. All right, let's shut it down. We're going to need a track crew to blow the track out, do any kind of maintenance before we go into round number 2.
I have an 18 mostly.
This is the biggest spool, the biggest spur gear they had for putt racing was a 42. I'm sure it's a stock. It's 50. Okay, so that means this is dropped in size.
Okay, let me explain something, okay? So every 2 you drop on the spur, it's 1 gear ratio. So if you went from 50 to 44, that's 6 gear ratio. Okay? Every 2 under speed. You're playing with fire now. Understand that, okay? So when you saw people come in and go, hey, I have an 18 when we were 20, 24. You now, even within 20, you change the time frame to 10 gear ratio. So the spur is not as critical as the pinion. Now, I want to say it here. I feel what the hell it is.
Well, then my issue is it's the option 16. Pretty sure 18 will give you well, let me ask you this, do you carry any Euro style spur gear? I mean, I'm only figuring this is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
This comes with this thing like this. Connected together, so I've gotta go big enough to match my
Without
gears.
doubt, yeah,
You
yeah,
know, I mean,
yeah.
if this is all the way to I've gotta be big enough for this mesh right.
You have to also
Kermit?
spur gear,
Sean needs you.
pinion, smaller torque.
I mean, we'll be doing that all day.
Spur gear, opposite, the smaller
All right, guys, here we go. Race number 1 out of 4, round number 2. Four-wheel drive buggy, Steve, Joey, Kyle, and I need 4 turn marshals from race number 4, or I just need 4 turn marshals.
This is what drives me crazy. See the hole over there on that jump too? He's had weeks and weeks and weeks of the track readers as he went. I'll go down to Ollie's to get some coffee this weekend. He's done with showing.
All right, my drivers are out here. Let's see, who do we need? Jim's out here, waiting for Vince and Kermit. All right, all my drivers are checked in. Steve, check in real quick. I'm missing one more turn marshal, guys. I'm missing one more turn marshal. Oh, there's Joey. There's Steve and Kyle. All right, guys, grid them up. All right, guys, here we go. Race number 1 out of 4, round number 2. Time to beat is 15:503, set by Steve in round number 1. That is the time to beat. Steve, you are going on the horn in less than 5. Kyle. Joey. And we're off. Remember, time to beat 15:503. All right, guys, sorry about that. 3:45 to go. Kyle Newhouse right now, your leader on a 16:5:14 pace. Right now, he is 1 lap and 9 seconds ahead of that TQ. Steve Moran in the second, 16:5:14. Steve right now 3 seconds off the leader. Joey Andre in the third on a 15:509 pace, or 14:509 pace. Kyle last lap 18.8. Steve last lap 19.5, and Joey last lap 20.9. 3:15 to go. Kyle with the fastest lap in this race with an 18.8 in lap number 4. And Steve now just moved up into the lead. And right now he has a 1/10 of a second lead over Kyle Newhouse. Steve last lap 19.9. And he has a 19.2 that last lap around. And we have 2 down, less than 3 to go. Kyle Newhouse 19.3. Kyle right now still 1/10 of a second off that leader. Joey last lap 22 flat. And Steve, new fast lap 19.1 in lap number 7. And Kyle with an 18.8 in lap number 7 and puts him right into the lead with a 1 second lead over Steve. And Joey with a new fast lap in lap 6 with a 19.8. And Kyle running back-to-back 18-second laps, 18.7 that time around. And right now we got the 2-minute mark. Up next is Stock Truck. You guys are up next. And Joey looks like he has to pull it off. So it's Steve and Kyle battling it out right now for that new TQ. Right now both Steve and Kyle are ahead of the TQ by 1 lap. Steve right now on a 16-lap 5:17 pace. Kyle on a 16-lap 5:16 with a 18.6 now puts him up into the lead. Steve right now 1 second off that leader in the second spot. And there comes Steve right there down the front straight. And that last lap around with a 19.2. Let's see what Kyle gets. 18.7 right now, 2 seconds. He has a 2 second lead over Steve right now in that first spot. This is the battle for the TQ. 1 minute to go. Steve lost lap 19.8. And Kyle with a new fast lap 18.5 in lap number 12. Increasing his lead to 3 seconds over Steve right now for that TQ. And Steve lost lap around 19.6. Right now he's on a 16-lap 5:16 pace. And Steve now with that 23 flat by Kyle Newhouse moves Steve right up into the lead with a 1 second lead over Kyle. Steve had an early TQ in round number 1 with 15.503, so it looks like Steve and Kyle, either one, are right now going to beat that original TQ. And both cars crashed this lap around, so let's see what happens. 3 seconds on the clock, 2, 1, and race is over. Keep going until I tell you you're done. Keep going. Kyle, you are done. Let's see what happens when Steve crosses. And Steve is done. Steve takes the victory right there, 16 and 5:19, shattering that TQ from round 1. Kyle Newhouse coming in second, 15.503. Good little battle right there for that TQ. Also, guys, I will need 2 volunteer turn marshals. Guys, I'm going to need 2 volunteer turn marshals for this race. Please, 2 people in the pits can volunteer for this race. Thanks, Omar. I really appreciate it. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. All right, Jim is out. Give David a second here and Vince a minute.
NewRedHobbies? No, we don't carry cars and trucks. We have some of the cars for you. They stopped selling to us. Yeah, they're doing that a lot. So you're going to start seeing me. You're going to have to go directly to tractors. What are you looking to buy? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I have range boats here in stock. I don't carry the boats anymore. I'm not actually. It's a catamaran type boat. It has a 3S LIFO with it and everything.
All right, everybody is checked in. All right, excellent. All right, here we go. All right, race number 2 out of 4, stock truck. Time to beat is 15 laps, 5:11, set by Joey in round number 1. So that's the time to beat. Joey, you are going on the horn in less than 5. Vince. Kermit. Wally. Carson. And Richard. And we're off. Race number 2 out of 4, stock truck. Remember, time to beat. And we got one over here on the other side. One over on the other side right here. And Kyle's getting it. Down, I'm sorry, guys. Yep, the other tabletop down there. All right, remember, time to beat, 15 laps, 5:11, set by Joey in round 1. That's the time to beat. Once you guys put another lap down, I'll go in the race order. One down, less than 4 to go. Joey Andre right now, your leader on a 16.506 lead pace. Kermit Butts in the second on the 16.515. Kermit 9 seconds off that leader. Carson up in the third, 15.517. Vince in the fourth on a 14.503. Richard in the fifth on a 14.521. And David in the sixth on 11.516. Joey last lap 19.7. Kermit last lap 19.6. Vince now up in the third, 19.3. Richard in the fourth, 20.7. And Carson last lap, 25.3. And David Wallace, 25.6. 3:20 on the clock. And Kermit right now, 6 seconds off that leader. Now make it 7 seconds. Joey right now, 16.508. Kermit, 16.516. And Vince in the third, 15.512. New fast lap for Vince McMahon, 19 flat in lap number 5. Carson now moves back up into the fourth. Last lap for Carson, 21.3. Richard, 27.8, last lap around. And David Wally, 21.8. 2:45 to go. And Joey late 18.6, last lap around. Kermit 19.5, Vince 19.1. And Joey with an 18.9, so Joey right now is dialed. Right now he has an 8-second lead over Kermit, who's currently in the second spot. And now Kermit on a 15.5 flat pace. Vince on a 15.504 in that third. Vince 4 seconds back, off a second behind Kermit. And right now we're coming up on that 2-minute mark. Carson right now on a 14.522. Richard on a 14.522. Richard right now 1/10 of a second back off of fourth behind Carson. And Wally on a 13.524. 1:45 to go. Up next will be race number 3, Indy Stock Buggy. And Kermit now back up to a 16-lap pace. And he is right now 11 seconds back off that leader. And Kermit now only 6 seconds off that leader. So right now we have a battle for the new TQ, but coming up close to that 1-minute mark. And right now we're at that 1-minute mark. 1 minute to go. It is Joey, Kermit, Vince, Carson, Richard, and Wally. Joey lost lap 19.4. Kermit lost lap 19.3. Vince lost lap 19.4. Carson 22.8. Richard 22 flat and Wally 22.3. 30 seconds to go. Right now, Joey on a 16.513 pace. Kermit on a 16.519. Kermit right now 6 seconds off that leader for the TQ. Vince in the third on a 15.505 pace. 15 seconds to go. Race is over. Keep going until I tell you you're done. We're going to have one here to the end. I see this already. Vince, you're done. This is going to be a close one. Joey, you're done. Wally, you're done. Kermit, you're done. Richard, you're done. And Carson, you are done. Joey just takes it 16 and 517. Kermit 16 and 519. And Vince in the third 15-509. Carson in the fourth. Richard in the fifth. And David in the sixth. I need one more turn marshal, guys. I need one more turn marshal. Thanks, buddy. That orange cone right down there in the middle. Yep. All right, guys, let's get him gridded up. All right, independent stock buggy, race number 3 out of 4. Time to beat is 15:5:08, set by Travis Marenshaw in round number 1. So that's the time to beat. Travis Marenshaw, you are going on the horn, less than 5. Keith, Omar, Steve, Arnell, Richard, Jim, and we're off. Race number 3 out of 4. Remember, time to beat is 15:5:08. Once you guys get another lap down, I'll go in the race order. All right, thanks. She didn't give me my coat, did she? Never mind. I'll get it.
What'd you get, Dave?
Hammer. 3:35 to go. 3:35 to go. Travis Marenshaw right now, your leader on the 16:5:07 pace. Keith right now on a 15:5. Now Steve in the second on a 15:5:19. Omar in the third, 15:5:19. Jim LeConte in the fourth, 15:5:20. Keith in the fifth, 14:5 flat. Arnell in the sixth, 14:5:14. And Richard, 12:5:01. Travis Marenshaw right now on a last lap 19.1. Steve last lap 20.7. Omar last lap 20.7 as well. And right now we got 3 minutes left on the clock, less than 3 to go. Travis with a new fast lap, 18.9 in lap number 7. Steve right there in that third spot right now, just 1/10 of a second off a second behind Omar. Right now, Travis is ahead of his TQ from round 1 by 1 lap. And right now we do have a position change. Right now it's Travis, your leader, Keith in the second, and Steve in the third. Two minutes to go, guys. Up next, last race of round 2, stock buggy. So your running order right now is Travis, Omar, Keith, Arnell, Steve, Jim, and Richard. Right now, Arnell now moves up into the third. Travis right now, last lap 19.7. Omar last lap 20.3. Arnell 20.6. Steve 19.7 now moves up into the third. And we got less than 1 to go. So right now we have a battle between 3 and 4. Arnell and Omar battling, and Steve now. Omar right now in the 3rd position. Steve in the 4th. Arnell in the 5th. Right now, Omar on a 14.503 pace, Steve on a 14.503 pace, and Arnell on a 14.504, Jim on a 14.508, and Richard on a 14.516. 30 seconds to go. Travis right now on a 16.512, Keith on a 14.502. So look at that. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right now with just a few seconds of each other for the position. 10 seconds to go. Race is over. Keep going until I tell you you're done. Omar, you're done. Keith, you're done. Travis, you're done. Arnell, you're done. Steve, you're done. Arnell, and track is hot. Track is hot. Jim, you're done. And Richard, everybody's done. Travis takes victory, sets new TQ, 16.511. Omar Gonzalez in the 2nd, 15.5 flat. And Arnell taking the 3rd, 15.506. Keith in the 4th, Steve in the 5th, Jim in the 6th, and Richard in the 7th. All right, I'm missing one turn marshal right here. Let's see. Got it right now. Hold on, guys. All right, guys, here we go. Race number 4 out of 4, stock buggy, time to beat 17.517, set by Jim Anderson in round 1. That's the time to beat, Jim Anderson. You are going on the horn. Less than 5. Vince, Kermit, Joey, Sean, and Kyle. All right, well, coming up on that one down. 4 minutes to go, and there it is. One down, 4 minutes to go. Kermit, right now, you're a leader on a 17.516 pace, and he is right now 1 second ahead of that TQ from round one by Jim Anderson. Joey Andre in a second on a 16.503. Kyle on a 16.503. Sean O'Hara in the fourth, 15.509. Jim Anderson, 15.511. And Vince, 15.514. And Jim Anderson now moves up into the third. Sean O'Hara in the fourth. Now Vince in the fourth. Kermit lost lap 18.6. Joey lost lap 19.8. Jim lost lap 19.1. Sean O'Hara 19.5. Vince McMahon 18.5. And Kyle Newhouse 27.3. And right now we're coming up on that 2 down, 3 minutes to go.
I need ones, fives, and tens. And I need 350. Yes. Yeah. I have 4 ones and 2 fives. And 20s. Lots of quarters.
Just keep it.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Ready? Hear that? Refreshing Coke. Bought from concessions. You heard that, guys. After this race, we're going to be taking another 30, 35-minute intermission to go, so it's a good time to go see Yvonne down there. Make sure you are taking care of her with the tips. She did drive a long way. Kermit lost lap 18.2, and he is right now still 1 second ahead of that TQ from round one. Joey Andre on a 16.5 flat. Vince on a 16.517. Sean O'Hara on a 16.519. Jim Anderson 15.501. And Kyle Newhouse 14.504. And Kermit now out of TQ contention, and he is 1 lap off of it. Last lap for Kermit 20 flat. Joey 20.6. Vince McMahon 18.8. Jim Anderson 18.2. Jim Anderson with an 18 flat fast lap. Sean O'Hara last lap 20.6 and Kyle Newhouse 19.3. That is the running order. Joey right now 3 seconds off that leader. Jim Anderson 2 seconds off third behind Vince. And right now, 1 minute warning, guys. 1 minute warning. Kermit last lap 18.7. Joey last lap 18.5. And Vince 19.3. Jim Anderson last lap 21.3. Sean O'Hara 31.3. And Kyle 22.7. Vince McMahon right now 6 seconds off a second behind Joey. Joey 5 seconds off that leader. Ten seconds. It's going to be a good main. Race is over. Keep going until I tell you you're done. Kermit, you're done. Jim, Joey, you're done. Vince, you're done. Track is hot. Track is hot. Sean, you're done. And here comes Kyle. And everybody is done. Kermit Butts takes victory, 16 laps, 5 flat. Jim Anderson holds the TQ from round one, 17.517. Joey coming in second, 16.506. Jim Anderson taking third, 16.514. Vince in the fourth, Sean O'Hara in the fifth, and Kyle Newhouse in the sixth. All right, guys, it is 2:05. I will say let's do this. 2:45, we're going to go into the mains. Is that good? Give him a 40-minute intermission. 2:05. All right, track crew, we need somebody to blow the track off.
Didn't it go through a beeping sound when he plugged it in? Okay, when you gave me the boat, did the battery charge or discharge? Okay, well, I'm sitting here with a dead battery. That's your problem. Somehow the battery charger didn't charge, the battery's dead. We did the same thing. Once it went, well, hold on. Once it went through a programming sequence, it takes about 10 seconds. The rudder went perfect. Yeah, you gotta let the system program itself. I'm just letting you know. When are you gonna be coming home? I'm gonna put some charge on the battery so you can take it over to school and play with it if you want there. Nice. I need to bring my four-wheelers up there. I know, right? All right, brother. You have fun. Shoot somebody. All right. Later. Ooh, so full of crap. Cody. So full of crap. All right, give me that battery, Kermit, please. I'm gonna put it back in here. He's not going back in a couple days, so it's like the charge on the way. So you did put some charge in, all right? Yeah. You can throw it. I got it.
What are you doing?
We just have charger or back in his car. His boat. What's that?
I think the volts were so low at the bottom, his battery charger probably wasn't protected.
Exactly.
So when you think
Yeah,
you
it
thought
does
it was
stand
charging,
some.
it wasn't.
Cody's such a cool guy. He's got so much shit on his plate, though. He don't know what he's done. Yeah, I'm gonna plug it in. It should still work.
Is he coming here?
No, he's up pheasant hunting.
Oh, I know he is. I know he's doing that. All right, guys, here we go. Race number 1 out of 4 in our main. Superstar Saturday mains kicking off right now. 4-wheel drive buggy. Steve, Kyle, Joey, you guys are up. I need turn marshals from race number 4, which is going to be Jim, Kermit, Vince, And a volunteer, please.
Probably gonna need it again, yeah. I just did it. What's the deal with the carpet? Why don't we change the carpet?
Two deer in the headlights. What the hell?
Let me pull it in there out the butt. That's not where we're gonna find it. Because there is none.
How do you know none?
I don't know there's any carpet out besides that green turf bull crap that's gonna tear up faster than what's out there. That's that spelt.
All you gotta do is say, Tom, we need some carpet over here. I don't understand you two.
I've told you.
Oh,
You keep on straight face.
goddamn word to
Hey,
me.
turn the light. Turn the light.
Guys.
Is it? Still.
All right. Let's see.
I've been telling you about the carpet forever. You keep on straight face. I've been telling you need to get the carpet again.
We're gonna have a little come to Jesus tomorrow. I'm gonna call you up right in the middle of church. I'm gonna like, Sean, you're going a hell of a line on that.
I've been telling you about the carpet
You haven't
forever.
told me a damn word about it. I've been sitting here watching the hole get bigger by the door.
Oh,
Waiting for you to say,
man.
Tom, we need carpet.
I've been telling you forever. You wanna get off that?
All right. Looks like all my drivers are checked in. My turn marshals are there. All right. Let's get them gridded up.
Carpet this week.
Deep blue. Like really like you.
All right, guys, here we go. Four-wheel drive buggy in that very first spot today with a qualified time of 16 laps, 5:19 in round 2. Steve Moran. In the second spot, it's going to be Kyle Newhouse. In the third, it's going to be Joey Andre. All right, everybody ready? Here we go. All right, four-wheel drive buggy, here we go. Everyone on the horn. Lesson 5. And we're off. This will be a 5-minute four-wheel drive race. Well, let's see what happens. Let's see if Steve can TQ and win. It is 2 four-wheel drives and a 2-wheel drive out there. Kyle with the 2-wheel drive. And right there, Steve Marine right there in the lead, and Kyle Newhouse right there in the second. Kyle right there, right behind him, trying to take the inside, but Steve cuts it right off. And then there's Joey. And there's your 2 leaders right there coming down that front straight right now. And Kyle right there all over Steve, trying to take the inside, but Steve keeps cutting it off. That's it, just 2. And Kyle there, right there, all over Steve. Steve, like I said, was your TQ holder from round 2. He actually TQ'd in round 1 as well. Kyle almost taking the inside right there. Oh, and the leader crashed right there in the pipe, and Kyle Newhouse now moves up into the lead. Kyle right there with the 2-wheel drive buggy. Steve with the 4-wheel drive. And right now, Kyle does have a 6-second lead over Steve. And right now we're at that 3-minute mark, 3 minutes to go. And Steve right now back up into the lead. Kyle Newhouse in the second. Oh, and Steve crashes right there, and Kyle now moves back up into the lead. And Kyle right there with that wreck right there and oh, and Kyle right there wrecking, and he is out. So Steve is going to win this race. And that should be it. Kyle is out. Steve right there taking the win. Kyle Newhouse in the second, and Joey in the third.
Hey, Joey, you at least got podium.
Hey, Joe, you got podium, at least.
Golf one. He's not happy.
That was a long one.
Yeah, Kermit didn't even finish his cigarette.
Kermit didn't even finish his cigarette. You didn't even finish your cigarette.
Truck again? Huh? Truck again? Truck again, sorry. Too much for me, buddy. I'm too old for that stuff. I need slow. That's why I like the short course modified, late models.
All right, we're going to need a couple volunteers. All right, 1, 2. I need one more turn marshal. Thank you, Omar. All right, looks like everybody's checked in. All right, let's get them gridded up, guys. Let's get them gridded up. All right. All right, guys, let's get them gridded up. All right, guys, in that very first spot today with a qualifying time of 16 laps and 5:17 in round number 2, it's going to be Joey Andre. In the second spot, it's going to be Kermit. In the third, Vince. In the fourth, very first time out here, NewRedHobbies, Carson Ringer. In the fifth spot, it's going to be David Wallace. In the sixth, it's going to be Richard Espinoza. And this last spot, it's going to be Jim LeConte. All right, here we go. Turn marshals are ready. Drivers are ready. Here we go. Let's see if Joey can TQ and win. Here we go. Everyone on the horn. Less than 5.
Well, I tried to make it today.
Hold on. I hit the button. Why is it frozen? It's frozen.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Hold on, guys. All right, let's try this again. Everyone on the horn in less than 5. There we go. Computer froze up on me. All right, here we go. We're off.
I'll do it. I'll make Travis charge it. Well, I just don't want to dig all my stuff out.
And there comes the leaders right there. There is Joey in the black right there in the front, and Kermit in the white and blue, and Vince right there in the red with the checkerboard. And Carson right there in the fourth. Wally in the short course in the fifth. And right there, we got a battle for the lead, and Kermit now sneaks up into the lead, and there they come, 1, 2, and 3. There they go, Kermit, Joey, and Vince McMahon. And there comes Carson right there in the fourth, and Richard there squeaks up now into the fourth, and Carson in the fifth. And Joey now back up in the lead. Kermit there in the second, and Vince in the third. And right now we got one down, less than 5 to go. And Carson now moves back up into the forward position. Jim LeConte in the 5th, Richard in the 6th, and it looks like David is out. And right there, Joey, your leader in the TQ holder from round number 2. And Kermit right there in the second. Kermit right there all over him. What is this I see? Oh, we got one right there on the pipe. You leaving? And right now we're coming up on that 2 minutes down, 4 minutes to go. Caution going into the straight. Caution going into the straight, and we are clear. Richard right there in the fourth, Vince in the third, Kermit in the second, Joey in the lead. 3:45 to go. Uh-oh, what does that see? I think we had a lead change right there, and we did. Kermit right now is your leader, Joey in the second. And 3:30 on the clock, 3:30 to go. Kermit Butts right there in the blue and white. Coming down that front straight is your leader. Joey Andre in the all black in second. Joey right there just a few seconds back off the leader. Vince McMahon right there in the third, just a few seconds back off of second. And right now we're getting closer to that halfway mark. There's your leader right there. Right there, first and second, coming down the front straight. And right now we got 3 down, less than 3 to go. It is Kermit, Joey, Vince, Richard, Carson, Jim. That is the running order. And Kermit now starting to pull away a little bit. Oh, but he tagged that pipe right there. Oh, and Joey upside down. And that's going to catch up Vince McMahon to that second spot. 2:30 to go. Up next will be Independent Stock Buggy, race number 3. And right now we got less than 2 to go, less than 2 to go. And it's still Kermit right there on Joey, Vince, Carson now back up in the fourth right there. Him and Richard right now battling for that fourth position. And Joey right now starting to get closer to Kermit. Kermit right there, you're a leader, and we're getting closer to that one. And right now we got 1 minute to go, guys. 1 minute to go. And 35 seconds to go, 35 seconds to go. And Joey now is starting to catch up to Kermit. There's Kermit right there in that white and blue. He is your leader. There's Joey in the all black in second. Oh, and he hits the pipe and he's upside down. And that's going to give Kermit right there some breathing room. 15 seconds to go. And here's Kermit, Joey, Vince, Carson, Richard, and Jim. Race is over. Jim, you are done. Joey taking the second. Vince will be taking the third. Joey will be taking that TQ in second, and there he comes right down that front straight in that white and blue. Kermit taking the victory. Whoa, 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 whoa. Richard taking the fourth, and Carson taking the fifth. Race is over. Independent, here we go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. All right, tar marshals are going to be, oh, I guess so. I don't know. I guess, I don't know. See, who's out there? Just Joey. No, I don't think so. Let's see, Joey's out there. Kermit's out there. Vince. Carson. All right, we're good. All right, let's get him gridded up, guys. Let's get him gridded up. All right, guys, here we go. Let's get him gridded up. Okay, in that very first spot today with a qualifying time of 16 laps and 5:11 in round number 2, Travis Marenshaw. In the second spot, it's going to be Keith Shivers. In the third, Omar Gonzalez. In the fourth, it's going to be Arnell Ganick. In the fifth, it's going to be Steve Marine. In the sixth, Jim LeConte. And in the seventh, it's going to be Richard Espinoza. All right, here we go, guys. All right, independent stock buggy. Let's see if Travis Marenshaw can take the TQ and win. Here we go. Everyone on the horn in less than 5. And we're off. Oh, we got a pile up right here, and it looks like it's Keith all the way to the almost to the back in that wreck right there, so he should be able to catch up. And there comes your leader right here down the front straight crossing the line. That is Travis Marenshaw. And it looks like Richard Espinoza, Keith Shivers in the third, Arnell Ganick in the fourth. Omar Gonzalez in the fifth, Jim LeConte in the sixth, and Steve Marine in the seventh. And there's your leader right there with a big lead. Keith Shivers now moves back up into the second spot. And Richard down in the third. and Arnell into the 4th. We have a battle right there between 2, 3, and 4. Oh, and we had a little wreck right. Oh, and Keith Shivers upside down. So that's going to move Richard up into the 2nd and Arnell into the 3rd. Keith down in the 4th. And Jim LeConte in the 4th and Keith Shivers in the 5th. Steve Marine in the 6th and Omar Gonzalez in the 7th. Uh-oh. One of them broke into his car. And Arnell Ganick right there. Oh, and he goes in the middle. And now he is down into 4th. It looks like Jim LeConte moves up into the 3rd. Arnell Ganick right there in the yellow, right there, right behind Jim LeConte. Keith Shivers in the 5th. And Keith Shivers in the 4th. Now Arnell Ganick in the 5th. And right now we're at the 2 down, 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes on the clock. Oh, and Keith Shivers now moves back up into the 2nd. Oh, and it looks like Arnell Ganick right there. Let's see. Oh, Jim LeConte in the 2nd. Arnell Ganick into the 3rd. Oh, and there is a big wreck right here. And oh, we have a pile up. And let's see who came out of that one. Looks like it's Richard. Richard Espinoza and Arnell Ganick in the 3rd. Keith Shivers in the 4th. Omar in the 5th. 2:15 to go. And Travis Marenshaw right now with a huge lead in this race, almost right there in cruise control. And there's Richard Espinoza in that 2nd spot. Arnell Ganick and Keith Shivers in the 4th. Omar Gonzalez in the 5th. Jim LeConte in the 6th. We have 1:45 to go. Steve Marine in the 7th. And we have a position change. Omar Gonzalez now up into the 3rd. Arnell Ganick into the 4th. 1:30 on the clock. And there's Omar right there in that. And Arnell Ganick there now, and Keith Shivers in the 4th. Arnell in the 4th, Keith Shivers in the 5th. Getting closer to that 3rd spot. Oh, and we have. Oh, and it looks like Omar got. Is that Omar that got in that wreck right there? Oh, and they both collide going over the double. Less than 1 to go. Less than 1 to go. "45 seconds. Up next is race number 4, the last race. "25 seconds. It is Travis, Richard, and Omar. That is the running order. And there is Omar. Just cross that line in that 3rd spot. Here comes Arnell. Arnell 5 seconds off that 3rd spot with 3 seconds to go. Race is over. When you cross, you're done. And Keith, you're done. Steve, you're done. And Richard Espinoza taking the 2nd. And Omar will be taking the 3rd. And here he is, Arnell taking the 4th. And Travis Marenshaw taking the TQ and win. And Jim LeConte, when he crosses, he'll be taking the 5th. Travis Marenshaw taking the TQ and win. Richard Espinoza taking the 2nd. Omar Gonzalez taking the 3rd. Good race, guys. Left. I don't know. You got to call him and ask him. City yet.
Picking up Melanie for dinner.
All right, guys. Last race of Superstar Saturday. Remember, next week is the Thursday we're racing, but also next week is the doubleheader.
Just the last race.
So it means all right, we're going to grid them up right now. We're going to grid them up. All right, guys, here we go. Stock buggy. All right, in that very first spot today with a qualifying time of 17 laps and 5:17, Jim Anderson in that round number 1. In the second spot, it's going to be Kermit Butts. In the third, Joey Andre. In the fourth, Vince McMahon. In the fifth, Sean O'Hara. In the sixth, Kyle Newhouse. In the seventh, it's going to be Mr. Mike McFarland, who decides to show up late. It's better late than never, right then? Okay, good. All right, looks like we're all set. This is our featured event today. Last race of Superstar Saturday. Let's see if Jim Anderson can take the TQ and win. Let's see what happens. Remember, turn marshals, watch your corners. Everyone on the horn in less than 5. And we're off. Oh, and we have a pile up right here, right off the bat. And Jim Anderson right there, your leader. And who is that right behind him? Let's see what happens. Who's that coming there? Is Jim Anderson, your leader right there. And Vince McMahon right there in the second. Sean O'Hara in the third. Kyle Newhouse in the fourth. Joey in the fifth. Kermit in the sixth. And Mike in the seventh. And Vince right there, right behind Jim Anderson. Kyle Newhouse in that fourth right there. Oh, and Joey now moves up into the fourth. Oh, and Sean Rex right there. Joey Andre now moves up into the third. Kermit Butts in the fourth. Kermit right there, right behind him. And Vince right there, all over Jim Anderson. And right now we got 1 down, less than 5 to go. And Kermit right there. We have a battle right there for that third position. And right now we have a battle for the lead. It's Jim Anderson and Vince McMahon right there battling out, going over that little tabletop right there to the double right there by the bay door. There's your 2 leaders. And there they come, 1 and 2, right down the front straight right here, crossing the line. That is Jim Anderson and Vince McMahon. And Joey Andre in the black and green in third. Kermit Butts in the green and silver. And right now we're coming up. Oh, we've got a caution going down the front straight, and we're clear. There's your 2 leaders right there crossing the line. And right now we're coming up on that 2 down, 4 minutes to go. And Vince right all over. There they go, coming on traffic. Vince right all over Jim Anderson. And your 2 leaders right there in the traffic. And there looks like they're out of it. And Vince right there it is. There they are. Kermit Butts now. Oh, and he moved up into the third, but Joey Andre with that roll now moves up into the third. And there's your 2 leaders right here in front straight. looks like Jim rolled it right there. Now Vince McMahon now moves up into the lead. And Joey Andre in the third. There he is coming down the front straight. And right now we're 3 minutes down, 3 minutes to go. Vince, Jim, Joey, Kyle, Kermit, Mike McFarland, and Sean O'Hara. And we got one right here on the pipe, one right here, right in front of the driver's stand. That way, right? Yep, right there. And Jim Anderson right now just 4 seconds back off that leader. And there they go, right there. Joey Andre right there, just a few seconds back as well. So we do have a battle right here between 1, 2, and 3, between Vince, Jim, and Joey. And there's your leader, Vince McMahon, right here. Oh, and Jim Anderson rolled it. Now Joey moves up into the second, Jim down in the third. And right now we're at that 2 minute mark, 2 minutes to go. And right now we got less than 2 to go, And there's your leader right here. That is Vince McMahon right there in the burgundy with the checkerboard in the flame right there, going over that jump right there to the double. Joey Andre in the second, he's in the black and green. And Jim Anderson in the silver and orange. 1:30 to go. Oh, what happened there? And it looks like, yes, a lead change, and Joey Andre now moves up into the lead, and Jim Anderson in the second, Vince down in the third. And right now we are at that 1 minute mark. 1 minute to go. And Vince now moves back up in the second. Jim right there spinning out over there. Makes now Vince McMahon now moves up into the lead. And Mike McFarland pulls over, let the leaders go by. Joey Andre right there in the black and green. He is your leader. And the leader's right there coming up right behind you, Sean. 35 seconds to go. Oh, and Jim Anderson now moves back up in the second. Vince down in the third. It is Joey, Vince, Jim. Or now Joey, Jim, and Vince. Kermit, Kyle, Sean, and Mike. 10 seconds to go. This will be the last lap. And there he is, coming down that front straight. Joey Andre taking the win. Jim Anderson will be taking the TQ in second. And Vince McMahon taking the third. Sean O'Hara taking the sixth. Kermit Butts taking the fourth. Kyle Newhouse in the fifth. And Mike McFarland in the seventh. What a race that was. Joey Andre taking the win. Jim Anderson taking the second. And the TQ. And Vince McMahon taking the third. Now Joey Andre is undefeated in buggy. All right, guys, stay tuned for the awards. That was a rough one.
I fucked up at the very start. I hit the gas before the damn horn went and trying to judge the horn and all. And this didn't work out for me. Threw me off the whole race.
All right. Got to get into it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, Kermit right now is coming out with the awards right now. After we do the awards, and the track will be open for practice. While Kermit's setting up, Steve Marine, Kyle Newhouse, and Joey Andre, four-wheel drive, you guys can start pulling them up. All right. Four-wheel drive buggy, Steve Marine taking the TQ and win. Kyle Newhouse in the second, and Joey Andre in the third. Stock truck, you guys can pull them up. Kermit is already out there. Joey Andre and Vince McMahon. Can someone take the picture for Kermit? Jasmine, can you take the picture, please? Thank you, girl. Thank you. All right, Kermit taking the victory. Joey Andre taking TQ in second, and Vince taking third. Independent stock buggy, Travis Marenshaw, Richard Espinoza, and Omar Gonzalez. You guys can pull them to the podium. Thank you, girl. All right. Travis Marenshaw in independent stock buggy taking the TQ and win. Richard Espinoza taking the second, and Omar Gonzalez taking third. Way to go, Richard. Qualified seventh and all the way to the second spot. Good job. All right, stock buggy, you guys can pull them up. Joey Andre, Jim Anderson, and Vince McMahon. Joey Andre taking the victory in stock buggy. Jim Anderson taking TQ in second, and Vince McMahon taking third. All right, guys, that is it. If anybody wants the results, I'm going to bring it out right now so you guys can have them. Guys, go... Track will be open for practice, guys. Remember, the hobby shop is open. All right, you guys have a good one. We'll see you Thursday night. Remember, race registration starts at 6. Racing starts at 7. I'm going to turn the practice lap on right now. Give you guys a little music as well. There you guys go.